East African bloc, those are regional integration. Those are what we call the regional integration. So when you talk about the East African bloc and etc., those are what you call regional integration. Are we together? Those are what you call regional integration. We call them regional integration. Together, we call them the regional integration. Give me a yes if we are together. We call them regional integrations. Are we together? Regional agree to remove all forms of barriers so that they can facilitate what's called. So when you talk about regional integration, countries basically agree to remove all trade barriers in order to facilitate what's called free trade. This is a question that basically came in 2022. A question that came in 2022. It talks about forms of what called forms of regional. I'm just showing regional integration. Please cut to pamoja before we talk about those challenges. There's a question that came in around 2022, and it asks for forms of regional. So in terms of form, we have free trade area, what we call free trade area. We call it the free trade area as one of the forms. Free trade areas. We had what we call custom union. We had what we call the custom union. We had what we call the custom union. We had what we call the custom union. We had common markets. We had the common markets. We had the common market. We had what's called the common market. And then we had economic union. What we call the economic union. And lastly, we call it economic community. So please, economic community. So these are forms of integration. I want to discuss one so that you be sparked. Free trade areas. So as a form of what we call regional integration, countries removing barriers tariff so that they facilitate. So in this, when you talk about free trade area as a form of economic integration, we know that the countries remove tariffs in the country among themselves. So they remove tariffs amongst themselves. They basically remove tariffs amongst themselves. They decide and make a decision to remove what we call tariffs amongst themselves. They decide to remove tariffs amongst themselves. But each country maintain its own kind of restriction with other countries. So among themselves, they're removing tariffs, but they maintain restriction on with other countries together. That is what's called free trade area. Benazir, give me a yes. I'm just sparking some so that people can go and get those. That is what's called a free trade area. Then I can also teach on custom. The second is what's called custom. So when you talk about custom union, we understand occurs when they remove what's called barriers in trade amongst themselves. This country removes what's called barriers in trade amongst themselves. And in addition, they have a common, in this case, they have a common external tariff. What we call common, we call it common external. We have it common external tariffs, and they have what's called a common external tariff. They have levied on goods and services to non-members. They also agree to this non-members. Those two should spark you to read. Perfect. We're together. Is that okay? Are we together? Is that okay? So what are some of the challenges that affect regional integration? So this question asks, what is the challenges that face what's called regional economic integration? What are some of the challenges that affect regional integration? What do you think are some of the challenges that affect regional integration? Challenges, in terms of challenges, we have lack of trust, lack of what we call lack of trust among the countries, among the countries. Lack of trust, is one of the factors that affect is one of the factors. We also have external influence. Other countries, external, we call it external, and we call it influence. We call it the external influence. We call it the external influence. We call it the external influence. Which together we call it the external influence. We call it external influence. We have it as the external influence. But we can also talk about existence of together. We can also talk about political instability within the region. Political instability within the regions, within what we call the regions. Political instability within the regions that will affect them. Political instability within what we call the region. Political instability, and we call it within the region. So what you understand as political instability, we call it political instability, and we say within the region. We call it political instability, and we say within the region. But you also have factors like, for example, poor infrastructure within the region. If the roads are not good, so you cannot get goods, poor infrastructure. Infrastructure, we call it within the region. Poor infrastructure within the region. As usual, 5 is enough. The rest you can. Poor infrastructure. Difference in currency. Sometimes difference in currency. Difference in currency. Give me a yes. Give me a yes. We have answered that question. Difference in currency. Gillian, mambo iko sawa. Difference in currency. So then we come here. So what are the benefits of this economic integration? I can talk about 5 the advantages of economic integration. Advantages, and what you have as disadvantages. Advantages of what we call economic. We call it integration, and disadvantages of economic integration. Advantages of economic integration and disadvantages of economic. So we'll talk about advantages together. So create market for surplus product. Because create market for what we call for surplus. We call it surplus. We call it produce. When you produce more, there's a market for it that will be created. Market for what we call surplus produce. Then we also we understand that promote exchange of culture. It can promote exchange of culture, promote what we call exchange of what we call culture. It can promote exchange of culture. We begin to behave like Ugandans, we begin to behave like Tanzanians, and then you can say improve BOP through increase in export. Improves. We call it improves what we call BOP through increase in export, through what we call increase in what we call in export, through what we call increase in export. So it just increase BOP, if you say through increase in the export. Then we can also talk about promote competition due to removal of barrier. Promote competition, promote what we call promote competition due to what we call due to removal, call it removal of barriers. It does promote competition due to removal of barrier, and as usual, we give them 5. Are we together? Specialization. Are we together? Concentrate on what they can do. Specialization. And when we talk about specialization, we're saying that a country basically just concentrates on what they do best. What is the dangers of economic integration? Countries removing barriers to facilitate trade amongst themselves. What is the dangers of a collapse? Local farms will collapse due to foreign competition unfair. Local farms, we call it collapse due to what we call unfair foreign competition. We call it unfair foreign competition due to unfair foreign competition. So the local farms can collapse due to unfair foreign competition. Then we say that erosion of a culture, it can lead to what's called erosion of what we call of a culture. This can lead to a culture being eroded. So we call it erosion of a culture. It can lead to an erosion of a culture. What we call erosion of a culture. It can definitely lead to what's called erosion of a country. So dumping of goods in a country, dumping of goods. Dumping of what we call of goods in what's called in a country. It can definitely lead to what we call dumping of goods in a country. Then we can say reduce market for local manufactured goods. Reduce what's called markets. Reduces what's called the market for locally manufactured goods. Locally manufactured goods. So it does reduce the market for locally manufactured goods. Then we can also talk about importation of inappropriate technology. Importation. We can have importation of what we call of inappropriate, and we call it technology. Together. So I've gone further. So this is what you needed for the question, but I've expounded just to make this took up a much. I've expounded it to make that more easier and better. Together. We respond with a yes if we are together. If we are there, then you give Mwalimu a yes. You give Mwalimu a yes. If everything is okay, give Mwalimu a yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just a minute as I just a minute. So there's some questions I also want to begin. Look at that question for 1C. Sorry, question 1C. Look at question 1C. 1C. So it talks about 4 causes of budget deficit. Causes of budget deficit. Causes of what we call the budget deficit. Causes of what we call the budget deficit. So budget deficit is where expenditure is more than the revenue collected. That is what we call budget deficit. Budget deficit is where we say expenditure is more than the revenue that is collected. That is a budget deficit. Priska tumeelewana. So these are questions that sometimes if you look at tax, you can, that is what we call a budget deficit. So we have surplus. When you have surplus, the revenue is more than the expenditure. That's a surplus budget. When you have a deficit, expenditure is now more than the revenue that is collected. Then you have what's called a balanced budget or budget equilibrium. So the budget equilibrium, expected revenue is basically equal to expected expenditure. That's a balanced a balanced budget. Chari, Priska tuko pamoja. So causes of budget deficit. Why do you have causes of budget deficit? High levels of unemployment. People are not employed. High levels. We have what's called high levels of what we call unemployment. So there's so many people who are not employed, high levels of unemployment that will cause a budget deficit. We also have what we call poor tax collection strategy, poor tax collection strategies, poor tax collection, external debt problems, when you have issues to do with external, and we call it debt problems. External debt problems. We have what we call the external debt problems. You're borrowed, so you're paying back in form of interest altogether. So that will cost that altogether. Calamities, we have issues to do with calamities. We have calamities, and say such as, the word is drought, such as drought, calamities, such as drought, calamities. And we have issues to do with the drought that will definitely lead to that, calamities. Then what's called high population densities. High population densities. High population density. Tuko pamoja. Give me a yes, Priska. So the next question talks about policy measure that could be adopted to correct budget deficit. Policy to correct. Policy to do what? To correct what's called budget deficit. Policies to basically correct what we call a budget deficit. Policy measure to correct what we call a budget deficit. Policy measures to correct a budget deficit. Challenge to go nyumbani. So these are now the questions that are so easy. If I understand causes, I coin the causes to be the policy. Are we together? If I understand in economics, if I understand what causes, now when I'm asked about the policy, I just coin. If I do the opposite of what causes, then that's the policy. Are we together? So one of the policies that correct this integration, we have formation of economic integration. We talk about formation of what we call of economic, call it integration. Formation of what we call the economic integration. Looking for cheaper source of energy, because I'm done looking for cheaper, or what we call cheaper source of energy, source of what we call of energy. Decide to look for what we call cheaper source of energy, cheaper source of energy. You can decide to go the way of cheaper source of energy. Then we have what's called developing rural areas through infrastructure. Developing what we call rural areas through infrastructures. So that there is money there, you don't have to, government does not have to put budget on them. So then we talk about preparedness for disaster. We said calamity. So we talked about preparedness for what we call for disasters. For disaster. So you become very prepared for disaster. You become very prepared for the disaster. Then you say enacting law to punish those involved in corruption. Law to do what? To punish those, call it, involved in what's called corruption. So you enact law to basically punish those that are involved in corruption together. So that is on that question. Budget deficit. The budget and issues to do with the budget deficit. Tafadhali bonyeza yes kama tuko pamoja. If I move to the next, it talks about that's 2A. 5 disadvantages of adopting what we call a dual exchange regime. 5 disadvantages. We call it 5 disadvantages that is on deck. 5 disadvantages. We call it 5 disadvantages. Disadvantages, we say, of adopting what we call a dual exchange rate. So the one dual, we say the two common exchange rates, we have the fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. So whenever we talk about what we call a dual exchange rate, whenever we talk about what we call a dual exchange rate, we know that we understand that the two types of exchange rates, we have the fixed and what we call fixed and floating. Fixed and what we call floating. So when you talk about dual, and there's what we call managed floating exchange rate. When you talk about a dual exchange rate, the word dual exchange rate means what? Two types of exchange rate altogether. So you have two types of exchange rate. We have two types of what we call exchange rate. You have two types of exchange rate. You're basically having the fixed exchange rate, and what we call floating exchange rate. So that is dual. But the word dual, even if without being taught, the word dual means two. But now in terms of exchange rate, we now understand that when you talk about dual exchange rate, you have the fixed exchange rate, and then you have what's called the floating exchange rate. And then we have the floating exchange rate. So what are the disadvantages of having what you call a dual exchange rate? Are we together? What is the disadvantage of adopting a dual exchange rate? A dual exchange rate. Disadvantages. Are we together? So it can cause misfixing of exchange rate. It may cause what's called misfixing of exchange rate. Misfixing of what we call of the exchange rate. Or what we call the exchange rate. So it can cause what we call a misfixing of the exchange rate. It can lead to what we call a misfixing of the exchange rate. It can lead to what we call a misfixing of the exchange rate. It can lead to what we call a misfixing of the exchange rate, and consequently misallocation of resources. So misallocation of resources. One is misallocation. Due to this misallocation of what we call of the resources. Misallocation of the resources. Misallocation of what we call the resources. What we call misallocation of the resources. And it does lead to what we call misallocation of the resources. It can lead to what we call anomalies altogether, such as black market. Anomalies such as black market. It can lead to what's called black market as an anomaly. It can lead to a black market. It can lead to what we call a black market. It can lead to what's called a black market. So we can also talk about what we call arbitrage opportunities. Arbitrage opportunity. It can also lead to inflation. It does lead to what's called inflation. It can lead to inflation. How many do they need? 5. It can cause inflation, reduce transparency and predictability. There's reduced transparency, what we call reduced transparency, and what we call predictability. Reduced transparency and what we call predictability. So what we call reduced transparency and what you basically understand as predictability. So it leads to reduced transparency and what we basically understand reduced transparency and predictability. It does lead to reduced transparency and what we understand as reduced transparency and predictability. Sawa. Mambo iko sawa? Is everything okay? Tuko sawa? Hebu nipatie yes kama tuko pamoja. Give me a yes. Then I want to start opening up you guys. So like questions on wage differential. 6 causes of wage differential between industrial occupation and agricultural occupation. That's 3A. We just now begin to study causes of what we call wage differential. Causes of what we call wage differential between industrial and agricultural. Industrial, and what's called agricultural cultural occupation. So if you look at that handout, I think one of the handout, either handout on economic growth and development, there's something on wage differential. Have you seen, for those who are reading, have you seen the wage differential? Causes of the wage differential and exaction. Have you been able to see it in that handout? Have you been able to see it? The wage differential and exaction, causes of the wage differential. Have you been able to see it? Have you been able to see it? It is in that handout. But I want us to discuss them. So now that we just open you up for now exam wage differential. Have you been able to get that wage differential? So when you talk about wage differential across, I can talk about the general. Why would we have, let's leave that for that question. You know, a general you can be asked. Let's say, for example, what is the causes of wage differential? If you're told what would cause wage differential, why would some people be paid more across what we call occupations? Wage differential, if you're told this is labor economic wage differential across different, we call it different occupation, across different occupation. So this is not the question, but I'm just across occupation. Why would we have some occupation paying more than others altogether? Why would you have that? Why between across occupation? Why would we have that? So the reason is difference in ability. We have difference in what we call inabilities. What we call the difference in ability. We call it the difference in ability. We call it the difference in ability. So physical and education brings a difference across occupation, difference in ability. Those who have high ability will definitely be paid more. Are we together? Priska, I hope you're getting me. I'm answering all questions in economics. I've tried that to answer also other questions. That is not on international trade, but this is under labor economics. So wage differential, difference in ability. Those that have high ability will be paid more. Are we together? But you also have the cost of living. Cost of living. A person who works in a rural area, in a bank in a rural area, and the person who works in a bank in the city like Nairobi, who should be paid more? A person who's in the city. Because of what? Because the cost of living is high. But you also have issues to do with discrimination, can also be what we call discrimination. These are general discrimination. We can have issues to do with discrimination. Strength of the trade union. If you have a strong trade union, you have what we call strength of what we call of the trade union. So if you have a stronger trade union, those who are in a stronger trade union, they're definitely going to be paid more. We have risk. So risk, which we understand that higher risk attract more. Higher risk attract more wages than less risk. That is across occupation. This is more general. Back to my question. Tafadhali nipatie yes. Back to the question. Do we get that, Charity? Back to my question. Perfect if you're back to my question. And as we draw to the end, our prayer is that God may assist us to remember there's nothing new that's going to come. It is just what you've done. Priska, do you believe that there's nothing new that is going to come? It is what we've done that is going to come. Yes, there's nothing new. It is the same thing that I've taught you in class. It's the same thing that you're going to face in an exam. Nothing new, nothing much, nothing more. It's just the same thing. So my prayer, as usual, is just to that God may assist you to remember, because you'll just come out of that paper understanding that everything that we did was just there. So then, what is the cost? What is the causes of wage differential between industrial and agricultural occupation? Are we together? The only thing with economics, if you've been very keen, it's wide. Are we together? Have you noticed economics is wide? Jessica, have you noticed that? It is wide. Yes, the only difference is economics, the content. Are we together? The content is wide. Charity, have you noted that? The content is very wide. The content is a lot, and it needs to be taught. If it's not taught very well, you can run mad. This paper, not many people are doing very well. I know you're wondering which paper do people perform very well. This one, people don't perform it very well. Please. But my students do very well. Are we together? My students do very well. This paper, I've made people to remain, but not for my students. Yes, my students have been doing very well. So, and that is the same thing because God is the one who has been doing it. So the same God that we trusted, we know even you're going to do well. So why would there be a wage differential between? We talk about occupational, we talk about industrial, we talk about industrial and agricultural. Yes. Yes, I must pray with my students because I understand God is the foundation. We will pray on Saturday and make sure that we dedicate you to God. So then causes of what you call wage differential between industrial and what you call agricultural occupation. Why would industrial pay more? Are we together? So one of the reasons industrial has higher value addition than agricultural occupation. So industrial has what you call high value addition, we say compared to what you call agricultural. So that's the first reason, there's compared to agricultural. So, when you talk about industrial having high value addition compared to agricultural, hence workers in and more, hence workers industrial, hence workers in industrial sectors and more. Tuko pamoja. So why is there wage differential? I'm saying those that are industrial, in industry we have what we call value addition. A product is modified more. So with that, it leads to these workers earning more than those in the agricultural side. It leads to these workers earning more than those in the industrial side, those in the industrial sector. Yes. Are we together? It leads to. So we say that agriculture adversely affected by changes in season. Agriculture, the second is agriculture affected, we call it affected by what we call changes in what we call its seasons. Agricultures are basically affected by changes in season. We find agriculture is affected by changes in season, leading to low earnings. Are we together? Leading to low earnings. Leading to what we call to low earning. So the second reasons is that agriculture, in most cases, will always be affected by changes in season, leading to low earning and low wages in that area, leading to low wages and low earning because they're adversely affected by season. Are we together? Then we understand the third reason, industrial occupation, we say are mainly, we call it in urban areas, So this industrial occupation are mainly in urban areas. If you look at industry, they are in urban areas, are mainly in urban areas. Industrial occupation, we understand, are mainly in urban are mainly in urban areas. We call them the mainly in urban areas where the cost of living is higher. Where the cost of living is higher. Where we say where the cost of living, cost of what we call of living, we say the cost of living is higher. Where the cost of living is definitely higher. So that's why they are the cost of living, where that's why industrial will earn more in urban area and the cost of living is high. Then we have 4, and then we have 5. We have 4, and then we have 5. On 4, we say workers in industrial sector, workers supplement their income. Workers in agricultural sectors, workers in agricultural sectors, we say supplement what call their income, supplement what call their income, these guys supplement what call their income, and ends may not mind lower wages. Ends may not mind, we say you may not do what mind what call lower wages. Hence, these guys may not mind lower wages. They supplement their income. Agriculture people do for, as a supplement altogether. Then you say cannot be stored for long. Agricultural products cannot be stored for long. Agricultural products, we say cannot be, the word is stored for what you call for long. So agricultural products, we understand, cannot be stored for long. And if they cannot be stored for long, compared to industrial output, this causes wage difference. Cannot be stored for long as industrial output. So that explains wage differential. So this one becomes cheaper. If you cannot store it, you throw it at the throwaway price. Usually, Kusawa will respond with a yes if that question is done perfectly well. Give me a yes. So there's something, this is under labor economics. It talks about criticisms of discounted marginal productivity theory. Criticism of discounted, call it marginal theory. I will provide you with a summarized on this level, some information on, especially the theories, on the summarized altogether. I will try and provide that summarized for criticism of discounted marginal theory. So this theory is, the theory is abstract. We say this theory is what's called abstract. The theory is abstract. It's not substantial. The theory is abstract. Are we together? They say difficult to determine the discounted marginal. Very difficult. Difficult to do what? To determine discounted marginal product of labor. Discounted marginal product of what you call of labor. Very difficult to determine what you call discounted marginal product of labor. Then the theory fails to take account of other factors which determine. Fail to take account of what you call other factors which determine wage rate, which determine called determine what you call the wage rate, which basically determines the wage rate. The theory fails to account for other factors. Then we say it determines the wage rate. Then you have what you call the theory fails to explain, difference fails to explain, fails to what called fails to explain. This is fails to explain difference in wage rate. So these theories, I'll give something summarized for each altogether. I'll provide something summarized for each altogether. There are a number of theories altogether. There's the standard of living theory, the standard of living theory, the standard of living theory. There's discounted marginal rate altogether. A number, there's the subsistence of wages theories altogether. So I'll provide this altogether. So marginal productivity theory, there's modern theory of wage, subsistence theory of wage. I'll provide that summarized, but that is a criticism for that altogether. Together, I'll provide something summarized for that. And Priska, please make sure that by evening, by around 2, you make sure that I send that summarize just under labor economics. This was, is that noted, Priska? Priska, is that noted? I hope that is noted. So we proceed to the next. That is 6B. I want us to answer this question on 6B. Drawbacks to collective bargaining agreement. Drawbacks, 6B, we also answer. Drawbacks, call it drawbacks to what we call to collective bargaining. Drawbacks to what we call collective bargaining. Agreements in relation to what we call to the trade unions. My question is, what is a trade union? What is a trade union? My question is, what is a trade union? Before we talk about those the drawbacks, what is a trade union? That is also there in the handout. Is there on the handout? If you check that, you'll find that. What is a trade union? What is a trade union? What is a trade union? So there's something on minimum wage. Objective, why do we need to charge minimum wage? When you talk about, I start with the minimum wage just to make people, I start with the minimum wage. When you talk about minimum wage, if you ask an exam, what is a minimum wage? We understand that wages awarded by government above the market rate are we together to different workers in different sectors, you know. So when you talk about the minimum wage, it is awarded higher than the minimum, higher than the above the market rates to different sectors. Why does the government provide a minimum wage? A minimum wage is there to motivate workers, improve their standards of living, which can control industrial disputes so that there's not rebellions in these industries. Again, also the government does this to improve the efficiency of workers, and again, at the same time, to control what's called a brain drain. So a minimum wage is a wage above the market rate. And I've talked about why the government basically gives a minimum wage. Sawa. Those are in the notes. Nipatie yes charity if we are together. If we are together. So on those notes, you can check advantages of minimum wage and disadvantages. So then what is a trade union? What is a trade union and collective bargaining? So trade union, we say, is what you call association of workers, protecting what you call protecting their interests. As trade union is association of workers, and they protect their interests together, protecting the interest of workers through what you call collective bargaining. They protect what you call the interest of the workers through what we basically call collective bargaining. So when you say trade union, this is what you call, I don't need to write them. A trade union is what you call association of workers, because they're in the note, association of workers. And these associations are basically there to protect what you call the interest of the work. They're there to protect the interests of the workers. Are we together? And how do they protect? Through what you call collective bargaining. Benazira together. Through what we call collective bargaining. Through what we call collective bargaining. Through what we call collective bargaining. Perfect. Through what we call collective bargaining. Through what we understand we call collective bargaining. Together. Respond to the yes. Through collective bargaining. Are we together? So if you ask what is the objective of a trade union? To bargain for higher wages for its members, are we together? Better housing, better medical care, etc. Are we together for its members? So then we were asked, we were asked drawbacks to collective bargaining. So disadvantages of collective bargaining, that basically emanate from the trade union. So the disadvantages of this collective bargaining, they may discourage investment since higher wage increase production. They may discourage what we call investment. They may discourage what we call investment since higher wage increase what we call the cost of production. Are we together? So actions of the trade union, because when you talk about these collective actions of the trade union, may cause political revolution. They may basically cause what we call political revolutions. These actions of the trade union may basically cause what we call political revolution as a disadvantage. Are we together? Then we also talk about increased price. Are we together? They may cause unequal distribution of income and wealth. You see, unequal distribution. Some people who are not in this union, is distribution of what we call income and what you understand as wealth, income and wealth. So those that are in trade union will be earning well. Those ones that are not protected are doing poorly. Cost of living may go high due to wage demand. Cost of living may go high due to. I only have two questions to do with the cost of living may go high due to what you call due to higher wage demand. Higher wage demand. Cost of living may go high due to higher wage demand. May go high due to higher wage demand. Then we can also talk about strikes have a negative. They can lead to strike. Strike leading to negative, what we call negative impact in an economy. Strike leading to what's called a negative impact in an economy. Strike leading to what we call a negative impact in an economy. Strike leading to what we call negative impact in an economy. Is that done perfectly well? So these questions I must do them on this paper. Those we have stretched to cover even other areas. If you're there, if that question has been done perfectly well, give it a yes. So the next question, causes of unfavorable balance of payment. So that is question 6D. Question 6D. Causes of what we call of unfavorable. We call it unfavorable. Causes of what we call unfavorable, and we call it balance of what we call payment. Causes of what we call unfavorable balance of payment in what's called in developing countries. Causes of what we call unfavorable balance of payment in developing countries. Causes of unfavorable pay. What is unfavorable payment? I want to see whether my students are doing their research. What is unfavorable payment? Before we talk about causes, unfavorable payment. What is unfavorable payment? When you say unfavorable payment, unfavorable balance of payment, sorry. balance of payment. So unfavorable balance of payment. So import is greater than export. We have this scenario where import, we understand that import, we import more than we export. Export. Are we together? So what are the causes of unfavorable balance of payment? We say decrease in the volume of export. One will be decrease in what's called in the volume of what we call export. So we have the next increase in what's called in the volume of what we call import. We have import in the volume of import. That is those two reasons. Then we have we have what call we have a great capital outflow from a country. Are we together? Capital, what you call capital outflow from what you call from a country. We have what's called capital outflow from a country. So what do you call capital outflow from a country? When there's what you call capital outflow from a capital, that is what you call capital flight altogether. Appreciation of currency, are we together, leading to lower export. Appreciation of currency, appreciation of what you call currency leading to what you call leading to low export. Appreciation of currency leading to low export altogether. Then you can have one, over reliance on external borrowing. Again, over reliance on what's called on external borrowing. Over reliance on what's called external borrowing. So those are what causes unfavorable balance or deficit. That is what you call a deficit. Together, team. Yes. Then the last question. Is that question done perfectly well? Yes, if that question is done perfectly well. Give mwalimu yes kama tuko pamoja. Thank you so much, Charity. So the last question as I leave you, it talks about 4 restrictions to international trade. I've already covered this. 4 restrictions to international trade. 4 restriction. We call it restriction to what? To international trade. To international trade. We talked about this. We have tariffs. We have total ban. There is ban to what we call embargoes. Quotas, restriction, quotas. Then we have closing the border. Administrative control. We also had giving subsidies to local producers. Giving subsidies. So we are done with that. I was asking, as we close for today, can we do our class for the Friday much earlier? Are you on leave or some people are still going to work? Some people are still going to work. Are you on leave or some people are still going to work? For the Friday class, instead of having it late, we can have it mapema and do it for 4 hours. Then we also do 4 hours on Saturday. Then with that will be gone. Are we together? Are you still, or are you on leave, Priska? Or we can organize for Friday. Either we do it from one party there, or we do it in the morning, Friday. That is if you're on leave, most of you. Priska, you are our representative. What do you think? And Charity, you've been assisted by Charity. What can you do? That Friday, anytime. Yes, morning. Yes, so Friday, instead of meeting in the evening, we are going to meet at what time? 8 p.m. in the morning. So 8 p.m., we're going to revise enough. We can revise 2 hours, take a break, then revise 2 hours. Then Saturday, we also meet in the morning hours, and we close it. So I want to say that God bless you. Benazir and Gillian. Is that okay, Gillian? Gillian and Benazir. I hope we are together. So God bless you and God bless our class. So we meet on Friday at 8. That is 8, that should be 8 a.m. on Friday. So we close it there. God bless you and God bless our class. Unless somebody has something that is burning. Thank you. Good day too. Yes, I'm sending all of them. Let this, I was waiting for this. I just wanted to send both of them. So I'm sending all of them. I'm sending all of them. April 2025, question 6A. Question 6A. So let's look at that 6A. So on that 6A, so you're being told that distinguish between variable. I'll be recording. The examiner tells you distinguish. We call it between what you have as variable cost and what you have as fixed cost. So distinguish between the variable and the fixed cost. Very fast tip. What is the difference between variable and the fixed cost? The difference between variable and what you call a fixed cost. So the difference between variable and the fixed cost. What is the difference between variable and the fixed cost? We'll discuss that. So we have variable cost. Variable cost, we call it a dependent cost. This is a dependent, call it dependent cost. Changes in output, changes with what call with the changes in output. So variable cost is what called a dependent cost. It changes with changes in output. I will take it now. With changes in what called in output. Together, Benazir. So whenever we talk about variable cost, we call it a dependent cost. So basically, this changes with changes in output. Then we have what's called a fixed cost. Fixed cost. So whenever we talk about a fixed cost, the fixed cost is what we call independent cost. We call it the independent cost. And the word, it does not change with changes in output. We say it does not change with what I call the changes in output. Examples of a fixed cost. Example of fixed cost and example of a variable cost. Very fast. Example of a fixed cost and example of a variable cost. Example of fixed cost and example of a variable cost. Very fast. What is example of a fixed cost in an organization? Example of a fixed cost. Salaries are fixed costs altogether. In most cases, salaries we understand are fixed costs altogether. Salaries are we together, rent and salaries. So example of this, we have rent and salaries. So we have rent and salaries. These are examples of what we call a fixed cost. On the other hand, variable cost, these changes with the output, they are called dependent cost altogether. So they're dependent on output. So if output changes, they change altogether. If it reduces, either increase, it changes altogether. So we call it cost of labor. We call it the cost of labor. We have one as a cost of labor, transport cost, raw material, etc. Transport cost, raw materials, and we have it as etc. Raw materials, etc. Nipatie yes kama tuko pamoja. Raw materials, etc. That's the difference between a fixed cost and a variable cost. Bonyeza yes hapo kama tuko pamoja. Is that question satisfactorily answered? Respond with a yes if that question is satisfactorily answered. Team, we should not waste time. We respond with a yes if that question. The only person I've allowed to take time is Benazir, but the others should be responding. Gideon, are we together? I've said fixed variable cost is a dependent cost. It is dependent on output. It changes with changes in output. So we have the cost of labor, transport, and raw material. On the other side, when I talked about fixed cost, a fixed cost is what's called independent cost. It does not change with changes in output. Examples of a fixed cost, we have, I've given it, examples of fixed cost, rent and salaries. Be very keen, kindly. Just be very keen. Together, just be very keen. So in that particular year, there was no question. So we go to December. We go to December. Up to market structure. From consumer behavior to the market structure. So consumer behavior to the market structure. When we start with the first question, we look at question 1. We do not have that. Question 1 we did. Question 2, that should not be on where we are currently. Identify 6 factors. Look up, identify 6 factors. So identify 6 factors that determine that is too big. Identify. The word is identify. What we call 6 factors. 6 factors that determine the price of labor. That determines what we call the price of labor. As what's called as a factor of production. So we talk about factors of production. So 6 factors that basically determine the price of labor as a factor of production. So what are these factors that determine the price of labor as a factor of production? The price of labor as a factor of production. What are these factors that determine the price of labor as a factor of production? Price of labor. Have we done that? Yes, we have. Yes, we have. Price of labor as a factor of production. What are these factors that determine what's called the price of labor as a factor of production? Price of labor as a factor of production. What did you say on that? Determine the price of labor as a factor of production. The price of labor as a factor of production. What are those? What are those that determine the price of labor as a factor of production? Price of labor. What will determine the price of labor? The price of labor. What will determine the price of labor? The price of labor as a factor of production. What will determine the price of labor as a factor of production? What will determine the price of labor as a factor of production? Price of labor as a factor of production. What will determine the price of labor as a factor of production? We talked about this. Price of labor as a factor of production. Price of labor as a factor of production. What did you say? Price of labor as a factor of production. So what will determine the price of labor as a factor of production? That's more application question. Price of labor as a factor of production. What will determine the price of labor as a factor of production? That should be a very easy question. What will determine the price of labor? Are we together? So supply of labor. Look up supply of labor. Number 1 will be supply of labor. We have what's called supply of labor. If labor is there in high quantity, what happens to the labor? If labor is there in high quantity, so the price definitely, are we together? The labor, if labor is in high quantity, the price of labor is going to be, when there's a shortage, the price is going to be high. Then you have labor force participation rate. We can talk about labor force. Labor force, we call it participation rate. So what we call the labor force participation rate. So when the labor is high in high quantity, the supply is high, which can happen. When the supply is high, when the supply is definitely high, then the price is low, which can happen. So we understand labor participation. So that is basically what you call the percentage of working population, which can happen. Seeking employment. We can also talk about human capital. We can also have what's called the human capital. We can touch on what's called the human capital. And when you talk about the human capital, we're saying skills and knowledge. Human capital, we talk about skills. We're touching on skills and experience, and what's called the knowledge. How do you pay labor with higher skills? How do you pay labor with higher skill? Labor with higher skill will be paid more than labor with low skills. I want us to respond. Labor with high skill will definitely be paid higher than labor with low skills. Low skills. Labor with low skill. So we have also what's called labor mobility. We can talk about labor mobility. Labor mobility. If you talk about labor mobility, we understand that the ease with which labor can move from one point to another. Higher mobility of labor in certain area puts downward pressures on wages. Sometimes if mobility is high, it puts what we call a downward pressure on wages together. Benazil, tuko sawa? We respond to the yes if you're together. Good to see you, Charity. I hope you're together. Then we also have what's called technology. We talk about demand for labor. We can also talk about this as demand, the aspect of demand, and we call it for labor. We call it demand for labor. We talked about aspects of what we call demand for labor together. So we look at on demand for labor, we have demand for what we call for goods and what we call services. We call it the demand for goods and some services together. The demand for goods and services. So if we understand that higher demand for goods and services leads to higher demand for labor, and that higher demand for labor increases the price. So we understand that higher demand for what we call for goods and what we call services leads to what we call to higher demand for labor, higher demand for what we call for labor, hence what we call increase in price. Kitawe tuko sawa? Hence what we call increase in price. So if there's high demand for goods and services, we know that the demand for labor is going to be very high, leading to what we call higher prices. Then we have what we call technology, or this technology. How does technology on the aspect of demand, how does technology affect our together? So technological advancement, in most cases, it leads to what we call lower demand for what we call labor. So when you have machines operating, unless the machines are less efficient, that's when you need labor. But in most cases, if machines are efficient, then the demand for labor goes down. If the demand for labor goes down, it means the prices will go low. Prices will be low. Then I can have one. We can talk about government policies. We can touch on government policies. The next, we can touch on government policies. One of the policies we have a policy called minimum wages. We have a policy called minimum wage. We have a policy called minimum wage altogether. So labor regulation, tax policies, and minimum wage. So minimum wage. When there's a minimum wage, people will not want to employ. But people will not want to, if there's a minimum wage and it's strict, nobody would want the price of labor with those government policy minimum wage. We understand that the price of labor will shoot altogether. The price of labor is going to shoot. If there's a minimum wage, the price of labor is going to shoot. But you also have what's called collective bargaining. Collective, what we call collective bargaining on government bargaining. So when you understand this collective bargaining, then labor is able to do what? To demand for. When there's collective bargaining, we understand the prices of labor increases. We understand that the prices of what we call labor increases. We understand that the prices of labor increases. When there's a good bargaining power, the prices of labor definitely increases. Together, team. Is that question perfectly sorted? Respond with a yes if that question is perfectly sorted. If that question is perfectly sorted, patia mwalimu a yes. So we proceed to the next. We're being told, I liked what you call assumptions of the indifference curve. I liked what you call assumptions of what you call of the indifference curve. They were about for the top indifference curve. I liked what you call assumptions, and we call it assumptions of the indifference curve. I liked what you call the assumptions of the indifference curve. What did you say on assumptions of the indifference curve? What did Mwalimu say on assumptions of the indifference curve? If you're very keen. Assumptions, not the rules for rationality, but assumptions of the indifference curve. That is 2D. Assumptions of the indifference curve. That is basically on 2D. Assumptions of the indifference curve. Assumptions of the indifference curve. What did you say on the assumptions of the indifference curve? We talked about these assumptions of the indifference curve analysis. So one of the first assumptions say consumer is rational. Consumer, we say that consumer is what's called is rational. Consumer is basically rational. A consumer is rational. The next assumption, we say that commodity is homogeneous and divisible. Commodity, we say homogeneous, and we say divisible. Commodity is basically homogeneous and divisible. Do you remember that? Commodity is homogeneous and divisible as assumption. Commodity is homogeneous and divisible. We talked about what we call a consumer has a given fixed amount of money. Consumer has what we call a given fixed, call it amount of what we call money. A consumer has what we call a given fixed amount of money. Then we also talked about what we call, constant price in the market. This constant price, what we call constant. The word is price in what we call in the market. The base constant price in the market. That there is what we call constant price in the market. And lastly, we talked about consumer has indifference map showing scale of preference indifference map. Indifference map. We call it the indifference map. It says showing what we call the scale of what we call of preference. Indifference map showing what we call a scale of what we call preference. So a consumer has what we call an indifference map showing what we call a scale of preferences, various combination. In this case, of two goods, combinations of two goods, of combinations of what we call of two goods. Together, we respond to these. Did I teach that? That was taught. Is that true? That was basically taught. We'll respond to the yes if that was given. So 3 is on wage differential. That is what we discussed on Friday, wage differentials, and on banking, and the others we'll have on Fridays. But these are specifically consumer behavior, theory of production, and market, theory of revenue, and market structure. So then we proceed to the next. The next should be leave collective bargaining. We're going to discuss that on Friday. Outline 4 features of monopolistic competition. Outline features. We're told outline features. Outline features. That is question 5C. Outline features. Features of monopolistic competition. So there's a difference between monopolistic competition and monopoly. So that is 5C. Features of monopolistic competition. Features of what we call monopolistic competition. What are the features of monopolistic competition? When you talk about monopolistic competition, what are the features of monopolistic competition? So we say that monopolistic competition is different from monopoly, where we have many buyers, many sellers. Many buyers, many sellers are together. Products are the same but differentiated. So one of the features is many buyers. We have what's called many buyers. Another one, many buyers. Many buyers. The next is we have free exit and entry. Yes, free exit. And what's called the entry. Free exits and entry. Free exit and entry. By saying many sellers. Many sellers. Apart from that, this we have discussed over and over. Normal profit in the long run. Perfect. Normal profits in the long run. We have what's called the normal profits. Call it in the long run. Normal profits in the long run. So they make normal profits in the long run. And then the 5th one. So how many features were those? 4. Add 1. Normal profits. Similar but differentiated. They sell similar but differentiated product. We have similar, but what we call but differentiated. So product are similar but differentiated in terms of branding and packaging. Benazir tuko pamoja. Benazir, give me yes if you're together. So products are similar but they're differentiated. We know that many buyers, many sellers are together. There's a difference between monopoly and monopolistic competition. Monopoly, we have a single seller selling a unique product. But when you talk about monopolistic competition, we have many buyers, many sellers selling similar but differentiated. So the next question in this, we have a question on calculation. That is 7B. A question on 7B. A question on 7B. Are you there on 7B? Question on 7B. Tafadhali, 7B. So if you're there on 7B, bonyeza yes. So 7B on that 7B. So they told that the demand function of a firm is given by P. So P is equivalent to 200 minus 4 to Q. And the examiner tells us, number 1, are we there? If you're there, we respond with yes. Number 1, the examiner tells us to determine total revenue. How do we get total revenue? Is equivalent to price times Q. Total revenue is equivalent to price times Q. So I have the price here, Benazir, that is 200 minus 40 Q. Then I multiply by Q. So you break the bracket. When I break the bracket, I understand that total revenue is equal to 200 Q minus 40 Q squared. 200 Q minus 40 Q squared minus 40 Q squared. 200 Q minus 40 Q squared. So 200Q minus 40Q squared. Tuko pamoja. That is the total revenue. Then you're told that average revenue, the next is what's called average revenue. So how do I get average revenue? That is total revenue over Q. And in fact, I told you that average revenue is equivalent to price. So if I have my total revenue, which is 200Q minus 40Q squared, then I divide by Q. What do I get? If I divide that by Q, what do I get? What do I get if I divide that by Q? What do I get? What do I get? I still get the same value, which is 200 minus 40Q. So we say that average revenue is equal to price. Are we together? Give me yes. Then the last one is what we call marginal revenue function. We call it marginal revenue function. So what we call the marginal revenue function. So if you're moving from total revenue to marginal revenue, we do what? We differentiate. We do what? We differentiate. If you're moving from total revenue to marginal revenue, we differentiate. But you also understand that when you have marginal revenue and you're moving to total revenue, what do you do now? We integrate. So for this case, we are going to differentiate. So we have our total revenue being TR is equivalent to 200Q minus 40Q squared. So if I want to differentiate, that is 200Q. So this is raised to 1. Are we together? So I'll say 1 times 200, Q raised to 1 minus 1 minus 1. So what do I have? I have 200Q raised to 0. Any number raised to 0 based on the law of indices? Any number raised to 0. 1,000 raised to 0 based on the law of indices, what is that number? Is equivalent to 1. So once I differentiate this, I have 200. Then let me differentiate 14Q squared. So this is going to be 2 times 14, Q raised to power 2 minus 1. So what am I having here? I'm having 80. Are we together? 80. That is Q. So I come here minus 80Q. Tumeelewana. Especially Benazir. Benazir tuko pamoja. Especially Benazir. Tuko pamoja. If we are together on that, we respond with a yes. Give me yes if you're together. I remind you of how to integrate. This is not a time to forget that concept. Look up. Gillian. Molimo does not want that at this time. So this is 2. If you have 40Q raised to 2, this power, you bring it here, you multiply by 40. Gillian tuko pamoja. Then you have Q raised to power 2, you minus 1. So 2 times 40 is 80. Then our 2 minus 1, that is Q raised to 1, which is 80Q. Gillian, this is a bad time to forget that. This is a very bad time to forget that. Is that understood? It's a very bad time to forget that. I don't want you to forget that at this time. Tafadhali nipatie yes kama tuko pamoja. Integration is just getting it back. For example, I want to get this back. Look up. 80Q. Look up. Gillian, are you in QA? Are you in QA? I'm doing a question on that integration. Gillian, look up. How do I integrate this? I'll say this is Q raised to 1. I'll say plus 1. Over here, what is that? That is 2. So this is 80 Q raised to 2 over 2. What do I have? I have 40 Q raised to that. Are we together? Tuko pamoja Gillian. Gillian, hiyo mambo iko sawa? Integration. Yes. But I hope you're in QA class. Are you in QA class? Some of you I know Gillian is in QA class. Please. There's a question in 2021. I will create time and do it. A question on integration. I will create time and do that question on integration. So then we get to August 2024. August 2024. August 2024. So we proceed to the August 2024. The first question it talks about, that is 1B. So the examiner asks you to describe 4 types of labor mobility. Question 1B. 4 types of what we call of labor mobility. 4 types of what we call labor mobility. So we talked about types of labor mobility. There were 4. Offered. Benazir, I know you're new. 4 types of labor mobility. We have geographical mobility. Geographical. We have it geographical mobility. So that is labor moving from one region to another. That is labor moving from one region to another. The second type of mobility, we call it occupational mobility. We call it occupational mobility. We call it the occupational mobility. So labor moving from one occupation to another occupation. For example, farmers moving to industrial sectors. Farmers going to industrial sectors are together. Then we have what's called horizontal. We have what's called horizontal mobility of labor. We have what's called horizontal mobility of labor. So whenever we talk about horizontal mobility of labor moves from one organization to another, but within the same job position. Priska, from one organization to another, but within the same job position. That is what's called horizontal mobility of labor. That labor is moving from one. Labor is basically moving from one occupation to another, but within the same job position. Liberty, yes. But within the same job position. Tafadhali liberty, yes. But within the same job position. And finally, we have the 4th type, we call it vertical mobility. Vertical mobility. We call it vertical mobility of what we call labor. We call it the vertical mobility of labor. So whenever we talk about vertical mobility of labor, we're basically saying that labor can basically move up or move down. So whenever we talk about vertical mobility of labor, we achieve it through 2 aspects of things. We achieve it through promotion. We can achieve it through promotion or what's called demotion. So vertical mobility of labor can basically be achieved through what's called through promotion and through demotion. That vertical mobility of labor, we can actually achieve it through promotion or demotion. Are we sorted on that? Gillian, upo sawa? Gillian, mambo iko sawa? Gillian, mambo iko sawa? Asante. Kitawe, mambo iko sawa? Mambo iko sawa, Kitawe. Is everything okay? Respond with yes. If there's a question, we ask. My good representative, Priska, is everything okay on that particular question? Or you have a question? Is everything okay, Priska? Then finally, our new brother. Is everything okay, Benazir, on that particular question? Perfect. So we have solved that. So then we proceed to the next. We have on the next, we are told that is 2B. 2A we did. Benazir, we've done some blocks on this purpose. Other part. So we're saying the next, explain what you call thank you so much, Benazir. Thank you. It's okay. So we have the next, we call it 3 exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility. So we have it 3 exceptions. 3 exceptions to what we call to the law of what we call of diminishing. We call it the law of diminishing marginal utility. 3 exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility. So Look up when we are talking about marginal utility, diminishing marginal utility. So we say that, for example, if you take a product today, when you take the first bottle of a product, you enjoy it. However, as you continue to take more and more units of a commodity, you begin to experience what you call diminishing marginal utility. You get to a point that you experience what you call, you get to a point where you experience what you call negative. You get to a point where you basically experience what you call a negative utility. Are we together? You get to a point where you begin to experience what you call a negative utility. How do you exhibit this negative utility? You begin to vomit. You can begin to vomit altogether. That is the law of diminishing marginal utility altogether. That the more you consume a product, you get to a certain point that you get saturated, that you no longer desire this product. But then now, when the examiner says exception, exceptions basically mean the word is contrary to the law. The word is what you call contrary to what you call to the law. We say contrary to the law. So whenever we talk about exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility, we are saying that those things that are basically contrary to the law. For example, what are these things that when I consume them, I don't get tired? In fact, I desire more and more. The more I consume them, the more I want them, and the more my utility increases. What are these exceptions to the law of diminishing? Desire for money. One of it is what's called desire for money. Call it the desire for what you call money. Only mwalimu is not charity. It's only mwalimu who doesn't put much energy on money. Are we together? But majority, 100%. I know the motivating factor would be money. Why do you say, Gillian, why do you refuse? Why do you refuse? Gillian says refuses that. May God help Gillian to know who mwalimu is. Yes, but I'm saying only mwalimu. Yes, I don't think so. Money, it's work. Yes, I know money is important, but it should not be the driving force. But we understand that the desire for money, the more you get, the more you want. Are we together? That's why you cannot get satisfaction in money. The more money, the more money you have, the more you desire. Then the second exception is what? The second exception, we call it OB. Those things that you love doing. OB. OB, we have what's called desire. Desire for what's called for knowledge. Somebody does 2 PhD, he gets back and do a master's, does a number of professional, but never get a desire for money. So then we also have alcohol. Some people drink and drink, but they still want alcohol. Alcohol. So these are exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility. Exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility. Consumption of alcohol, those are exceptions to the law of diminishing marginal utility. So chances of excessive use of the commodity. Chances, we call it chances. Chances of what we call of excessive use of what we call a commodity. Maybe you've not had a chance to have chances of what we call excessive use of a commodity. What we call a chance of excessive use of a commodity. Is that question sorted perfectly well? We respond to this. If that is sorted, we move to the next question. Perfect. So those debts I will cover in the morning. We are meeting tomorrow in the morning. So with a well-labeled diagram, look at 6C. 6C. This is very interesting. So look at 6C. And the question is 6 marks. That is on market structure. So the examiner tells us that using a well-labeled diagram, using what we call 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 a well-labeled diagram, illustrate long-run equilibrium, long-run equilibrium of what we call of a monopoly fund. So number one, at the back of your mind, we basically understood a monopoly. We just talk about it small because a bit, then we get to the question. In a monopoly market structure, we have what's called a single seller. The net is misbehaving. Is it on my side? I think it's on your side. My net should not misbehave today. My net is very stable. Can somebody confirm for me that? Can somebody confirm that? Benazir, can you confirm that the net is okay? Kitawe and Priska, can you confirm that? Kindly confirm if my net should be okay. So using a well-leveled diagram, long-run equilibrium for a monopoly. What happens in the long run for a monopoly in terms of profit? Long run. What happens in the long run in terms of profits? In terms of what we call profit. We say that monopoly in the long run in terms of profit. Yes, okay, thank you. In the long run, what happens to a monopoly? They make supernormal. That is the key thing. They make supernormal profits. So once I have this, I have everything on check. Once I have that, I have everything on check. If a firm is making normal profits altogether, if a firm is making supernormal profit, if a firm is basically making what's called supernormal profits, look up, if a firm is basically making supernormal profit, if a firm we say is making supernormal profits, we say that AC at minimum, what happened is below AR, is basically below AR. AC at minimum is below AR. That is the first thing that I need to know before I draw the diagram. Then I get the quantity that maximizes profit. Quantity that we say that maximizes, and we call it the quantity that maximizes profit. So the quantity that basically maximizes profit is where MR, that is marginal revenue, is equals to marginal cost. Do you remember that? Where marginal revenue is equals to marginal cost. If you remember that, give Mwalimu yes. If you remember that, then you give Mwalimu yes. So these two things, this is the explanation. On that, then I just come. So I need to know how the demand curve of a monopolistic competition appear. So with that, I'll simply this. Have this, we understand on this side we have what we have as revenue and cost. We have revenue and cost. And then we have down here, we have what's called the quantity. We have the quantity. So how does MR and AR appear? So we have this. This is AR. This is what you have as MR. This is what you have as MR. And I hope you still remember our agreement. Are we together? If I was to draw this, this is for what? If I have AR, this one is for what? This is a demand curve for AR is equals to demand curve is equals to MR. What is this? This would be for? This one is for what? If I was to draw this. We remember for oligopoly, it's kinked. This one will be for perfect competition. This will be for perfect competition. This will basically be for perfect competition. That will basically be for what's called perfect competition. So I have this altogether. I have this. So the next thing that I draw is now the marginal cost. But then I will call them, this is long run. Long run, marginal cost. We have the long run marginal cost. What do? I look for Q. Q is where MR meets MC. Where is it? It is here. MR meets MC. So that's my Q. Are you seeing my Q, Benazir? If you're able to see my Q, give me yes. If you see my Q, nipatie yes. That Q, I have it there. That Q, I have it there. But then, my first point was very clear that AC at a minimum is below AR. So AC should not be here. If it's above here, it's above. So it's below AR. So if it's below AR, so this is my long run AC. So at that point, are you seeing it here? So it's below AR. AC is below AR. Are we together? Then I have this. I have this. So this shaded region is this is what is equivalent to what you call supernormal. It's what is equivalent to supernormal profit. This shaded region is what is equivalent to supernormal profit. So this is C to represent cost, this is P. So this is revenue and cost. So the shaded region is this, and we have it. Kila mtu tuko sawa. So that diagram, if it's marks, I will give 5 marks, 5 diagram, and then I will give 2 for the explanation. I will give 2 for the explanation. I will give 2 for the explanation. So what's up? Most of this, when you're doing economics, and you fail to, you remember the formula, but you don't remember the words. Put the formula there. You will be given. Put the formula. You will be given. That is done. Are we together? So I want us to move to the next thing. That is question 7C. Again, question 7C. Question 7C. Question 7C. If you're on question 7C, Kitao, make sure you note to people we are meeting tomorrow in the morning to discuss international trade and finance. I hope, Kitao, that is noted. So then we're being told that a firm operating in a perfectly competitive market as a demand and total cost. So P is the demand. So demand is equivalent to 40 minus 60 Q. And the cost, which is TC, is equivalent to what? Is equivalent to 100 plus 50 Q. Then you have minus 80 Q squared. Minus 80 Q squared. Minus 80 Q squared. So P stands for price, which is demand. Then Q stands for quantity. Then TC stands for total cost. So the examiner tells us the first one, average fixed cost function. So average fixed cost function. How do I get average fixed cost? Average fixed cost. So number one, at the back of your mind, you need to understand that average fixed cost is equal to fixed cost over Q. So when do I get back? I have my formula that average fixed cost is equivalent to fixed cost over quantity. Tuko sawa? Preska au tuko pamoja. I understand that average fixed cost is fixed cost over quantity. When do I get the fixed cost? I come back. I note my total cost here. I have it as 100 plus 50Q minus 80Q squared. Which one is the fixed cost here? Give me. Our goal is to determine the fixed cost. What is the fixed cost in that total cost function? And why is it a fixed cost? Which one is a fixed cost? 101. Because it is independent. That is an independent cost. It's not dependent on Q. So the fixed cost is 100. Once I have my fixed cost, which is 100, now I can easily get average fixed cost. How do I get the average fixed cost? Is 100 over Q. That gives me 100Q. How can I write it? I can write it 100Q raised to negative 1. So the laws of indices, 1 over Q, we have 100 times 1 over Q. So 1 over Q, we can write it using the laws of indices Q raised to negative 1 q raised to -1. Tuko pamoja. So we have 100 over q or 100 q raised to -1, -1. Tafadhali tubonyeze yes kama tuko pamoja. Kama tuko pamoja tubonyeze yes. Kama tuko pamoja tubonyeze yes. Benazir, I hope you're together. And I hope you're getting what you're doing. Thank you so much. So we have it there. And remember our promise that economics lazima tupite. We have to pass economics. That was our promise. So then we have what we call average variable cost. The next is what we call average variable cost. So we get what we call the variable cost. So from this function, what is the variable cost? Somebody to give me the variable cost from that function. From that function, somebody to give me the variable cost. Variable cost is a cost that is dependent on quantity. So in that case, the variable cost should be 50q minus 80 q squared minus 80q squared minus 80q squared minus what's called 80q squared. So that is a variable cost. So how do I get average variable cost? That should be variable cost over q. Variable cost over q. That would be variable cost. So I just come here. I have 50q minus 80q squared. I divide everything by q. I divide everything by q. So what is my average variable cost? What is my average variable cost? That should be 50. We have it minus 80q. Mambo iko sawa hapo? Is everything okay? So we have 50 minus 80q. If we have that, then we respond with a yes. Is that okay? Average variable cost. I divide this with q. So 50q minus 80q. So respond with a yes if we are together. Give me a yes if you're together. Please come, my representative. Are we together? If we are together, then we respond with a yes. If we are together, then we give it a yes. So then the examiner tells us again, put us marginal cost. What am I supposed to do? Gillian, marginal cost. So if the examiner asks for marginal cost, if you have the total cost, how do you get marginal cost? So we have total cost to the marginal cost. What do I do? Total cost to the marginal cost. What do I do? Total cost to the marginal cost. I do what? I differentiate. We just differentiate. So I now have my total cost. Total cost is equals to 100 plus 50q minus 80q squared. So this one I don't differentiate. Why? Because it doesn't have a coefficient of q. So what am I differentiating? Gillian, I'm on you again. So I have 1 here. So I'll say 1 times 50, then q raised to 1 minus 1. What do I have? I have 50 q raised to 0. Any number raised to 0 is 1. So we have 50. So then I have 80q squared. 80q squared. How do you deal with it? I'll say 2 times 80. Then we have q raised to 2. Then you minus 1. Q raised to 2, you minus 1. So this times this is 160. Then we have q raised to 1, which is equivalent to 160 q. So the marginal cost should be, this was a positive 50 minus 160 q. I was very keen on Gillian. Mambo iko sawa, Gillian up. Gillian, is everything okay in there? If everything is okay, patia mwalimu yes. Patia mwalimu yes. Give mwalimu a yes. So next, mwalimu goes to April 2023. April 2024. April 2024. So the first question that I want to circular flow, I'm revising Friday. National income, I'm revising more questions on Friday. In the morning, we're going to do market structure. We're going to revise, not market structure, we're going to revise international trade and finance. So then, number one, we have 4 disadvantages of a perfectly competitive market. So the first one is four disadvantages. 4 disadvantages of what we call of a perfectly, we call it perfectly competitive market. Competitive market. 4 disadvantages of a perfectly, that is a perfect market. What are the disadvantages of a perfect market? Disadvantages of a perfect market. So what did you say? Causes unemployment when some firms leave the industry. Causes unemployment when some firms, and I want to explain this, when some firms, we say leaves what we call the industry. When some firms basically leaves what we call leaves the industry. You see, one of the characteristics of this perfectly competitive market, for those who are in class, Malemo talked about something very important. There's free entry and exit. So what happens when firms make losses? Do we love losses? Who can take a loss but still stand in this class? Who can take a loss but still stand in this class? Priska, can you take a loss and your head is still up? Can you take a loss and your head is still up? That is a big character. So we are saying that you have to learn. We are saying that in a perfectly competitive market, a scenario where firms are making losses, if other firms identify that firms are making losses, they're going to quit. And when they quit, profit is going to come out together. So as they quit, the people that they were employing basically leave jobs. So one is causes unemployment when firms leave what we call the industry. Then we have what we call firms produce homogeneous goods, which limit firms produce what we call homogeneous goods, which we say limits what we call consumer, we call it sovereignty, which basically limits what we call consumer sovereignty. So firms produce what we call homogeneous goods, and we understand that this limits what we call consumer, limits sovereignty, the freedom of choice. Then we say theoretical and doesn't apply in real world. Theoretical, this thing theoretical, we call it theoretical, and does not apply in the real world. So one of the things that I always critique about this market is that, can you have a perfect knowledge and information about a market? So we're being told that one of the things that we're being told that if you look at it, it's very crazy, that there's perfect knowledge. There's perfect knowledge and information, and there's no transportation cost. Do you think that is a real market? That does not apply. It is theoretical, and this does not apply in the real world. If you look at those 2 characteristics, it basically says that this kind of a market is not practical Are we together? It's more theoretical. So we, as a disadvantage, we say that theoretical and does not apply in the real world. And lastly, if they asked us for 4, we say that on the 4th one, there were 4 we say that absence of supernormal profit, absence of what we call supernormal, absence of what we call supernormal profits, supernormal profits discourages, because there's no discourages. Absence of supernormal profit discourages research, discourages what we call research, and what we call innovation. So because we don't make supernormal profit, it definitely discourages what we call research and innovation. So the absence of supernormal profit, is there anything like supernormal profit? In the long run? In the long run, we have normal profit. So the absence of supernormal profit in the long run, that will basically discourage research and innovation. I hope we have the energy. We move to the next. We'll move to the next. Can we move to the next? Or there's somebody who needs a break? If you need a break, you let me know now. If you need a break, you let me know. Is there anybody who needs a break? Let me know now. Let me know if you need a break right now. Priska, do you need a break? Is there anybody who needs a break? There's nobody who needs a break. So we can cover this. So then we move to the next. Explain the term consumer equilibrium. Explain, it means the class is very strong. Explain the term consumer equilibrium. Somebody who remembers the things that we did, consumer equilibrium. Explain, explain, we call it explain, what you call it, the term, we call it consumer equilibrium. Explain what you call the term consumer equilibrium. So what is a consumer equilibrium? The point where the budget line is tangent to the indifference curve. Are we together? So consumer equilibrium is the point where we say that the budget line is basically in tangent to the indifference curve. Do you remember that? Is the point where the budget line is tangent. If I was to draw a diagram, if you're very keen, this is the diagram. Are we together? This is good, good Y. I have this as good X. Tuko pamoja, I have that as good X. I have that as good X. Are we together? So then, this is the budget line. I have a budget line A and B. So I have the first indifference curve, we call it IC1. Then there's the second indifference curve, we call it IC2. Then there's a third indifference curve, we call it the IC3. We call it the IC3. We call it the IC3. Are we together? So consumer equilibrium is the point where, look at the budget line, which is AB, is tangent to the difference curve 2. So this we have equilibrium units of Y, we call it YE. Equilibrium units of X, we call it XE. So that point is what we call the consumer equilibrium. Are we able to see that before I define? Are we able to see that? The point where the indifference curve is tangent to the budget line. Nipatie yes, come at all. If we are together, give Mwalimu a yes if we are together. Give Mwalimu a yes. If you're together with Mwalimu, then give Mwalimu a yes. If we are together, then you respond with a yes. Perfect. So consumer equilibrium position, we just give the definition. The consumer equilibrium position, what we call the consumer equilibrium position. Consumer equilibrium position, we call it is the point where, just call it point where, you don't need to write point where, what do you call the budget line? The budget line is tangent to the indifference curve. The point where the budget line is basically tangent to the indifference curve. The point where the budget line is basically tangent to the indifference curve. The point where the budget line is basically tangent to the indifference curve. Are we together? Consumer has allocated their income in such a way that they maximize their utility. Allocated what we call their income in such a way that they maximize, that we say they maximize, in such a way that they maximize what we call utility. They have allocated their income in such a way that they basically maximize their utility. In such a way that they basically maximize their utility, given the budget constraint and the price of goods and services. Given the budget constraint, given what's called the budget constraint, and what's called the price of what we call goods and services, given the budget constraint and the price of goods and services. Mambo iko sawa hapo. So respond with a yes if that is sorted. I think that is sorted. So look up. I also want to explain something together. Where do you think a consumer would want to be? Where would a consumer want to be? A consumer would always want to be at IC3. Why? Why IC3? A consumer will always want to be at IC3 because there is maximum, the highest consumption. A consumer will always want to operate at that point because there is what we call maximum consumption. So this you can call it E. So this consumer equilibrium position, consumer equilibrium position is equals to E. Sawa. That should be okay. So we move to the next question. So the next question that is done with the aid of a diagram. So we move to question 5C. Look at question 5C. So with the help of a diagram, explain the relationship between marginal cost and average total cost. With the help of a diagram, 5C, we have it help of what we call of a diagram. Difference, that is difference between, so that is the difference between, with the help of the diagram, the difference between, we have it as the difference between marginal cost curve, and what? Average total cost curve. I want to ask a question. Did we do these things? Were we able to do that? Were we able to do that? I'm asking. Were we able to do that? Did we do that in our class? Marginal cost and average total cost curve. So if I come up with a diagram, if you're very keen, these things we did, this is MC and average total cost curve. So if you look at our diagrams, average total cost curves, it was this. So that is what we call average total cost. This is average total cost. Then we had the marginal cost. The marginal cost was this marginal cost curve. So with that diagram, you already have that. How many marks was that? That is the diagram. With the diagram, you already have a huge chunk of the marks. And you already have a huge chunk, maybe 3 or 4. So the relationship, we say that MC is less than ATC. MC is less than ATC. So marginal cost is less than marginal average total cost when ATC, look up, is falling. Are we seeing that? Benazir, when this is falling, MC is less than ATC when it's falling. Are we able to see that? Perfect. Perfect. So the next we can talk about marginal cost curve. Marginal cost curve. Marginal cost curve. We say cuts. So the marginal cost curve cuts average total cost curve. Average total cost curve. It cuts the average total cost curve at minimum point. So this, I think, maybe the diagram at minimum point. At the minimum point. Maybe the diagram, this should be the minimum point. It cuts it at the minimum point. Are we together? MC cuts ATC. Remember, this should be the lowest point at the minimum point. At the minimum point. Are we together? So where MC, we understand that cuts ATC, where the marginal cost cuts, where the marginal cost, this is quantity. So where the marginal cost cuts average total cost, we say that the gradient of ATC, and this for the lowest point, the gradient, call it of ATC is equivalent to 0. So if you cut the lowest point that you're saying, therefore the gradient of ATC is equivalent to 0. The gradient of ATC at that point is equivalent to 0. Together. Are we together? Together. I hope we're together. Kita, are we together? Then purpose to look at Mwalimu's YouTube channel. You can always learn Cpa Odongo. Just go there and learn. When you want to learn quick, you go to Mwalimu's YouTube. You will learn. You'll find things to learn in economics there. You just go to Cpa Odongo's YouTube and you will learn a lot about that. So I want us to move to the next. The next question would be the next should be question. That's question 6B. Look at question 6B. We move to question 6B. Give me a yes if you are at that question 6B. Question 6B. If you're there, that's a wonderful question. A wonderful question. That's a wonderful question. We must all agree that that's a wonderful question. That's a very beautiful question. Are you on it? If you're on it, you give Mwalimu a yes. Give Mwalimu a yes if you're there. If you're there, you give Mwalimu a yes. If you are there, give Mwalimu a yes on that. That's a very beautiful question. A very beautiful question. So they thought that Ugromatic University has opened what we call a satellite campus in the neighboring country. It has estimated that annual fixed cost in the campus, that is annual fixed cost. It has estimated that the annual fixed cost is equivalent to 48,900 USD. I hope we are together. It has basically estimated the annual fixed cost is what we call is 48,900. The fees to be charged per student and the variable cost per unit, the fee to be charged per student, the fee to be charged per student. So fee constitute what we call the selling price. Fee that constitute the SP. So fee should be what? Fee should be a figure of 1,025. Then variable cost and variable cost. That is variable cost per unit. Variable cost per unit. Variable cost per unit is equivalent to 837. And if somebody is asking, how do we join this? So then we're being asked, determine the number of students and satellite that should enroll to break even. the number of students that should enroll to break even. How many number of students should they enroll in order to break even? What is the number that you should enroll in order to break even? In QA, QA we have, how do you get the break even? In QA, there's a simple formula for QA. We call it the fixed cost over what you call contribution. How do you get the contribution? Contribution should be, what is the contribution? Priska, what is the contribution? The simplest method, because we have the long method, like I want to do this. How do you get contribution? Contribution is simply SP minus variable cost together. That's the simplest, because in exam, then I show you the longer formula. So that this is BP. Tuko pamoja. Priska, I want you to respond. If you remember this, for those who break even point, fixed cost over contribution. And how do you get contribution? SP minus variable. Priska, can you respond if that is true? At least now you help us because you are doing QA. Priska, is that true? I want you just to support what you're saying. Is that true? Benazir, how do we get, there's the longer method, but I say it's always about doing things faster. So in examination, if I'm asked a break-even point, I know that is a fixed cost over what you call contribution. Contribution is what you call selling price over what you call selling price over minus variable. So I'll come here. The fixed cost is what? Is 48,900. How do I get the contribution? That is 1025 minus 837. So get for me that. Benazir, get for me that. Get for me that. 48,900 over 1025 minus 837 minus 837. So let me tell you. 48,900 over 1025 minus 837. What do you have as the break-even point? What do we have as the break-even point? Then I have the longer method. What we've been doing in economics. This is a formula that is applied in QA most of the time. How do you get the break-even? Is the variable cost over what you call contribution. And the contribution is basically SP minus the variable cost. So get me that, Charity. Kindly get for me that, Charity, very fast, so that we get the contribution. I am kindly begging you. Are you there? Benazir, are you there? Charity, are you there? Just respond with a yes. Priska, are you there? Please, 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 please. Is that an issue? Please, please respond. Do you need a break? I cannot proceed without you being there. Yes. I cannot proceed without you being there. Kindly make sure that you're there. Charity, don't be too fast. 48,900. So what is 10? What is 1025 minus 837? So what do we have? This should be 48,900 over what? Over the difference is 188. Were you getting that, Charity? So I have 48,900 divided by answer. So that is 260. We have it as 260.12. Are we together? So that is when to break even. Are we together? To break even, it needs that. So we round it off to the next together. We have 260 point. So how to break even, they need what we call 261 students. And this formula saves students in QA. I've also, Priska doesn't want to say she knows that formula, but okay. So then that is, we get 261, 261, 261. If you have those formulas in QA, they should be able to save you. Priska, there's some good formulas in QA. Then the long method, if I was to use the long method, I would say I'm looking for break-even point, which is quantity X. So I'll say 1025 X, I'm using the second 1025 X minus. So the cost is equivalent to fixed cost plus variable cost. So the fixed cost is 48,900 plus 837X. That should give me zero. That should give me zero. Look up. That should give me zero. That's a long formula. So if I break the bracket, I have 1025X minus 48,900 minus 837X. That is equivalent to zero. So connect the like terms, this and this. When I let that, I have 188X minus 48,900. That should be equivalent to zero. So then going to the other side, it becomes positive. I have a figure of 188X is equivalent to 48,900. Is equivalent to 48,900. So if I divide everything by 188, if I divide everything by 188, I'll get 260 point, we had it 0.12, and we get 261, one student. But in order to break even, this college needs what? The college needs 261. On their budget, in order for them to break even, they need 261 students. Which method is easier out of those two? Which method is easier out of those two? Which one is easier out of those two? So which one is easier? The Cpa formula is so easier. Yes, the Cpa formula for those. Yes, and when you learn these subjects, incorporate what you learn in Cpa, put it in economics, what you learn in economics, use it for Cpa. Pick which one is easier. So then the second is so now easier. So they're telling us the second, use the level to determine the level of profit, the level of enrollment to determine the level of profit. See, just come in now replace. So I have 1025 times 261, are we together? Minus 48,900 plus 261 times what? Times 837. So break for me that, then you see what profit you have. If you can break that for me. If you can break that for me. So I have 1025 times 261, that is the level of enrollment. I have 267, 525. Then I have minus. I'm going to have 261 times 837. So I have 218 plus 48,900. So this should be, this I'm having 267, 537. Are you having that? So 267, 520. And that's about. So that's the profit, 168. So that would be profit of 168. Are we together? That would be the profit. That would be the profit. Together, that would be the profit. Together, that would be the profit. I hope we've done it right. So I hope we have done that right. I hope we have done that right. So 261 times 831, 837, then plus 48,900. We are right. We are right, yes. So this is the profit. Sawa. So give me a yes here together. Give Mwalimu a yes. Encourage Mwalimu to continue with the good work. So then the next on that question. So look at what is there down there. So there are very good questions there on that paper. So being told that explain the term producer equilibrium as used in economics. Producer equilibrium, producer equilibrium, we say as used in what called in economics. Producer equilibrium as used in economics. Did we discuss producer equilibrium? Did we discuss on producer equilibrium? Do you have notes on producer equilibrium? Do you have notes on producer equilibrium? Producer equilibrium. There's something on producer equilibrium. Do you have it on producer equilibrium? Something on producer equilibrium. If you have it, producer equilibrium. Do you have it? Producer equilibrium. So do you have that on producer equilibrium? Yes, you should have it. Refers to the state in which, so call it refers to what? To the state, we say in which, refers to the what's called a state in which a producer achieves maximum profit, the state in which a producer, we say achieves what's called a maximum profit, a state in which a producer achieves what's called maximum profit from production activity, from what we call production activities. Achieve what we call maximum profit from what we call production activities. So Priska and the team, are we together? Achieve what we call maximum profit from, you remember when this diagram, this is now on isoquant. When you talked about isoquants, that. So we had labor, so consumer equilibrium, the difference now, this is now, and so this is what we call producer equilibrium. So this is, we can call it Q. Refers to a state in which a producer achieves what we call maximum profit from production activities together. From what we call production activities. Respond with a yes. I have to cover some question here. That question has to be covered. Assumptions of producer surplus. Assumptions of what we call producer surplus. You remember producer surplus? Assumptions of what we call producer. The next is assumptions. Assumptions of what we call of the producer surplus. What did I say is producer surplus is before we talk about assumptions of the producer surplus? We talked about the producer surplus. What did you say on the producer surplus? Before we talk about assumptions of the producer surplus. What is the producer surplus? Consumer surplus, we talked about consumer surplus. What is the producer surplus? What did you say is a producer surplus before we talk about assumption? The difference between what producer is willing to supply goods for and the amount that they actually receive when they make supply. The amount the producer is willing, when you talk about producer surplus, the amount the producer is willing to supply goods for and the amount that they actually receive. Are we together? So if I was to draw a diagram before we talk about those assumptions, if I was to draw a diagram, this is DD, demand, then I have SS. If you look at this point, the shaded region, this is now consumer is, when you talk about consumer, it's up. When you talk about producer, this is now the producer surplus. I want us to remember producer surplus. Charlie, tuko pamoja. This is now what we call the producer surplus. This is now what we call the producer surplus. Tuko pamoja. That is the producer surplus. So the amount the producer is willing to supply goods for, and the amount that they actually receive when they supply goods for. That is what we call producer surplus altogether. So in other words, producer surplus occurs when there's excess supply of commodity in the market. Excess, one of the condition, there's assumption excess supply of what we call of commodity in the market. Are we together? There's excess supply as one of the assumptions, excess supply of commodity in the market. Are we together? So with that, consumer producers willing when there's excess producer is willing when there's excess supply is basically willing to do what to sell at what we call at low price. Is willing to sell at low price. So the first assumption is that there is excess supply of commodity in the market. And once there's excess supply of commodity in the market, it therefore implies that consumer is willing to sell at a low price. The producer is willing to sell at a low price. However, what happens? Consumer pays what we call, consumer pays what we call a standard price. So to the shocker, the consumer still end up paying what you call the market price or the standard price. That is the shocker. That the consumer still end up paying what you call a standard price. Is willing to supply, there's excess supply of commodity in the market, and producer is willing to sell at a low price. However, something funny happened, that the consumer pays what you call a standard profit, a standard price altogether. So, or market price altogether. So the difference is that, it makes money altogether. So these are some of the assumptions of what we call producer surplus. Mambo iko sawa? Mambo iko sawa? We respond with a yes with that. Mambo iko sawa? We respond with a yes. Then this is the last one, so that I give you time to go and relax so that we meet tomorrow. So with the help of the diagrams, state stages of law of diminishing return. What is the other name of the law of diminishing return? Stages of law of diminishing return. What is the other name? Stages of the law. We call it the stages of the law. Stages of what we call of the law of what we call of diminishing. Call it diminishing returns. Stages of the laws of diminishing return. Stages of the law of diminishing return. Stages, the law of variable proportion. Thank you so much. We call it, the other name is the law of variable proportion. Call it the law of variable proportion. It just shows that you have been following instructions. And there's no better thing like students following instruction. So what did you talk about? That diagram should be in our mind. We should understand it. We have three types of cost altogether. We have what we call, we have the total cost. So the total cost is the one that runs like this. So the diagram TP, that is a TP. Then we have now the TP, we have the TP, average production cost, that is AP. Average production cost, that is the AP. Then we have another one. We have this, we call it marginal product. This other one, we call it marginal product. Then I want to join a number of things here. So there's the first stage. There's what's called a first stage. We have the first stage. So this is called stage one. There's what we call the stage two. There's what we call stage two. And finally, we have what we call stage three. Tuko pamoja. So once, and I gave you a way to master this. Are we together? Stage one, stage two, and stage three. Are we together? And stage three. So stage three, you can see it's there. So on this on stage one, if you're trying to explain stage one, we call it increasing. We normally call it increasing returns. On the stage one, we normally call it increasing return. And that you say that average product, both average product and total products are increasing. Are we together? Then the next we have what's called the second stage. We normally call it a constant return. We call it a constant return. This is where you find on a constant return, you'll find that marginal product will be remaining the same. Then we have what's called a decreasing return. Number 3, we call it decreasing return. We can see that total product is decreasing, average product is decreasing, and marginal product is decreasing. In fact, marginal product is negative. So decreasing stage, we understand that TP, we have AP and MP are decreasing. That's the explanation. They're as simple as that. With the diagram increasing, just explain as simple as that. TP, total product, average product, and marginal product are decreasing. But you can see that the marginal product even gets to negative. Marginal product gets negative. Are we together? So we can close it there. I think we can close it there. So we close it there. God bless you, and God bless our class. God bless you, and God bless our class. Unless somebody has something that is burning, that cannot be postponed. I beg to close it there. Charity. In the morning, yes. 5. Priska, sacrifices. So that we don't say we did not, this one came, we did not do this, yes. So just make some sacrifice. Benazir, I hope you can make sacrifice in the morning. 5. So God bless all of us. We close it there. We close it there for today.